वंदेहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाक्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदां सगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare संसार दावानलनिरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाजन्मन सौरसेना रोमाञ्चकम्पासुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगार तन्मन्दिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकल्यान गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्ज जूनारतिकेली सिद्धै निकुञ्ज सिद्धये जाजालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जो नारति कैलिसिद्धये जाजालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षाततिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोका त्राणाय कारुण्यं घनाघनतं तप्तश्चकलनगुणान्नभस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं साक्षाद्धरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षाद्धरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं तो प्रभो प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं सकलनगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारदावानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं तप्तश्चकलनगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरे Bhaya Namah Jadavaya Madhavaya Etamaya Namah Hare Gopala Govinda Rama Madhusudan Gopal Govinda Rama Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohana Gopal Gopal Govinda Ram Madhusudan Giridhari Gopi Madan Mohan Hare Rama Krishna Hare Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Hare 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 Rama Krishna Yadavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketavaya Namah Hare Rama ISKCON সবার পাদরে মোর পঞ্চ প্রাণ এই করি চরণ বন্দন এই ছয় গোসাই করি চরণ বন্দন যাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন অবিঘ্ন এই ছয় গোসাই করি চরণ বন্দন যাহা হইতে বিঘ্ন অভিসম্ভূতং এই ছয় গোসাই মুই সবার পদরে মোর পঞ্চ প্রাণ এই ছয় গোসাই মুই সবার পাদ মোর পঞ্চ প্রাণ হরি হরে নম কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমঃ যাদবায় মাধবায় কেশবায় নমঃ হরে তাদের চরণ সেবি ভক্ত শুনেবা তাদের চরণ সেবি ভক্ত শুনেবা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা জনমে জনমে মা এই অভিলা হরে নম কৃষ্ণ যাদবায় নমঃ হরে নম কৃষ্ণ গোসাই যাবে ব্রজে কইল God của thân lập về cái quỳnh là Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Kadila কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া পিশাচীর কোলে কত নিদ্রা যাও তুমি মায়া পিশাচীর কোলে জাগ দিদি জাগ গোরা চাঁদ মলে দিদি জাগ দিদি জাগ जाग राचांद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी कत निद्रा कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी माया प्रीता चिरं कोले कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी कत निद्रा जाओ तुमी पिशाचीर कोले दिवी जाग दिवी जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले जाग जाग छदबित अरे बोलियाले तुषार अरे भूलियार नीले तुमी भूलियार माया पिशाचीर कोले भूलिया हिले तुमी माया पिशाचीर कोले जाग जाग बोले जाग जाग गोरा चंद बोले कत निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचीर कोले निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचीर कोले जाग जाग Nam Kai Gora नम गाए गोरख मधु करे नम गाए गोरख मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे नम गाए गोरख मधु करे नम गाए गोरख मधु करे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे नम गाए गोरख मधु करे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे गोरख मधु करे মনে থাক দাদা হরি বলে ডাক ইহে মনে থাক দাদা হরি বলে ডাক দুঃখে নাক দুঃখে দুঃখে ভুলে না Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Vainam Gaye Garatha Madhu Hare Nam Gaye Garatha Maya Jale Bhakti Hoye Acho Biche Kajaloye Maya Jale Bhakti Hoye Maya Jale Bhakti Hoye Acho Biche Kajaloye Maya Jale Bhakti Hoye Maya Jale Bhakti Hoye Acho Biche Kajaloye Kalate Kana Pe Kalate Kana Pe Radha Nama Hare Kalate Kana Pe Radha Nama Hare Hare Garatha Madhu Hare Garatha Madhu Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Garatha Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Garatha Madhu Hare Nam Gaye Garatha Hare Divan Hoila Kesa Nam Bhojile Ishikacha Dimana Hoila Kesa Bhakti Vinado Padesha Bhakti Vinado Padesha Bhakti Vinado Padesha Ekbar Bhakti Vinado Desha Ekbar Hari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Guru, Hare Guru, Mone Thapa Sada Hari Bole Jap Ye Bhab Mone Thapa Sada Hari Bole Jap Dukhe 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 bhulana madane harinamka re dukhe bhulana sada hari namka re Gora Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Manchore Manan Bhajahure mana Linananana Abhaya Jana Hare Bhajahure mana Abhaya Jaranara Bhajahure mana Linananana Abhaya Jaranara Bhajahure mana Bhajahure mana Linananana Abhaya Jaranara Durlabhamanab Janama Satsamye Durlabhamanab Janama Satsamye Karaye Baba Durlabhamanab Janama Satsamye Karaye Baba Bhajahure mana Linananana Abhaya Jaranara Bhakti Chapal Sukha Yamuna Diven Vifal Chabin Kripal Virajana Chapal Sukha Yamuna Diven Bhajahure mana Srinandanandana Abhaya Bhajahure mana Nandanandana Amaya Dullabhamana Janamata Sange Taraha He Babasure Dullabhamana Janamata Sange Taraha He Babasure Yahure mana Srinandanandana Avayate Itayatma Atapari Sanana Itayatma Atapari Sanana Edina Jamini Yadire Itayatma Atapari Edina Jamini Yadire Vifal se bin Vipal virajana Vifal se bin Vipal virajana Echukana
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you so much for being here. It's my great honor and privilege to have the opportunity to welcome His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj to our temple here. Let's all together give him a big Hari Bol.
Thank you.
We're so grateful. Maharaj is on quite the whirlwind tour right now through the U.S. This is his third class today. And we're just very grateful to Maharaj for being here. Maharaj was a brahmachari for 20 plus years, the Bhaktivedanta Manor in England. He's a disciple of His Holiness Kanana Swami, and he is the youngest sannyasi in our movement. And we're just very grateful to Maharaj for being here, and we pray that he considers Dallas another one of his homes, and that he comes back as often and as long as he would like. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Let's give Maharaj our undivided attention. Please take a moment to check your phone. Make sure your phones are on silent. And if you have small children, children's natural propensity, just like water is wet, children like to be active and have fun, and so that's wonderful. They should continue doing that. And if they need to be loud, we can take them outside where they can be loud and listen to the lecture online, so it doesn't create a disturbance in the temple room. Thank you so much. All together, let's give a big Hari Bol. Hari Bol! 2 more times. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm really honored to have the opportunity to be able to share some words with you, and we'll have a discussion on the Bhagavad Gita this afternoon. We'll just begin with a little bit of singing and then Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Jai Radha Madhava Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivardhari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura, Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna. So thank you so much for coming this afternoon to ISKCON Dallas. We are speaking today from the Bhagavad Gita, which of course is such an important book of wisdom, so important for us to take time. It's often a book which is in the grasp, in the radar of many people, but they may not have taken the time to actually deeply read it and consider its teachings. I tell you an interesting story. One man, he came to our temple in London, and so we asked him, how did you get involved in spiritual life? So every devotee has their story. And sometimes you think, they must have made it up, Sometimes the stories are amazing. So he said what had happened to him one time is he had gone on holiday, and what had happened is in his house, a speeding fine had come through. But because he was on holiday, he couldn't respond to the speeding fine. So then 1 month later, another notice came, but he was still on holiday. So like that, 3 notices came, but because he was on holiday, he didn't respond to it. And then the 4th notice was a summons to the court. So he arrived back at home and he thought, oh my God, like he opened the letter and he had to make an appearance in court. He had never been to anything in his whole life. Anyway, as he came to court, then what happened is, he had to go up to the, to give his testimony. So as he was about to give his testimony for not paying his speeding fine, they said, oh no, hang on, first you have to take an oath. And in British courts, there's a Bible there. So then he began to put his hand on the Bible. And then the court attendant said, no, you're Indian. That means you have to take oath on the Bhagavad Gita. But the thing is, he had never read the Bhagavad Gita in his whole life. And this court attendant was telling him, you're Hindu, you should take oath on the Gita. So then he didn't want to look like a fool, so he said, yeah, bring the Gita, bring the Gita. So then he on the Gita he made an oath, everything I say will be the complete truth, nothing but the truth, the whole. And then, anyway, everything was fine after, and as he was walking away from the courtroom, he thought, oh my God, maybe I should read the Bhagavad Gita after all. And he said that very day he came to the temple and he bought a Bhagavad Gita, and he said, as I began reading it, I didn't stop. And within 2 days, he said he practically read the whole Gita. So sometimes these books are there. They're in our homes, they're a known book, but they're also an unknown book because we haven't taken the time to really study deeply what wisdom and knowledge it may have for us. So therefore, don't just keep Bhagavad Gita as it is on the bookshelf as it is. Please try to also read it. They say a book is a present you can open again and again. Okay, so today we're reading from Bhagavad Gita, chapter number 12, entitled Devotional Service. And this is text number 9. I'll just read the Sanskrit and English and then the commentary myself, share a few thoughts, and then open up to see what ideas or what questions you may have. Atachittam samadhatum na shaknoshi mayi stiram abhyasa yogena tato mamichaptum dhananjaya. So this is Krishna speaking to Arjuna. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. Purport. In this verse, 2 different processes of Bhakti Yoga are indicated. The first applies to one who has actually developed an attachment for Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by transcendental love. And the other is for one who has not developed an attachment for the Supreme Person by transcendental love. For this second class, there are different prescribed rules and regulations one can follow to be ultimately elevated to the stage of attachment to Krishna. Bhakti Yoga is the purification of the senses. At the present moment in material existence, the senses are always impure, being engaged in sense gratification. But by the practice of Bhakti Yoga, the senses can become purified, and in the purified state, they come directly in contact with the Supreme Lord. In this material existence, I may be engaged in some service to some master, but I don't really lovingly serve my master. I simply serve to get some money. And the master also is not in love. He takes service from me and pays me. So there is no question of love. But for spiritual life, one must be elevated to the pure stage of love. That stage of love can be achieved by practice of devotional service performed with the present senses. Srila Prabhupada ki. There's more to the purport, but I'll stop there and then we'll see how far we get. Om Agyanatimirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshorunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalan Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Srila Prabhupada Ki Srila Prabhupada here says that in this world, most relationships are simply transactional. Most relationships in this world are lacking in love because one person is only thinking, what can I get from the other person? Very, very exploitative relationships. Once there were a group of workers and they were watching out of the window and the boss, he drove into the car park in a brand spanking new Mercedes-Benz. Maybe I should say a Tesla. And he walked in, and as he walked in, everyone surrounded him. And they said, beautiful, what a beautiful car. The boss said, you like it? They said, yes, what a wonderful car. He said, next year, if you work harder, if you work longer, if you work with all your heart, then next year I'll have an even bigger car. And in that moment they realized, oh no, it's just exploitation. Everyone is exploiting each other. There's no love. This world, we use the word love so cheaply. I love orange juice. I love that film. No, love is very deep. Love means a complete exchange of selflessness. But in this world, there is a lack of love because people don't know how to actually awaken selflessness in their exchange with others. So therefore, Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says that some people are also just relating to me very transactionally. Some people are coming to me simply with a shopping list. I want a house by the sea, a color TV, a 50 million gigabyte MP3. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Yes, because everyone is coming with so many desires. They once asked the Guru, what is the difference between loving and liking? And the Guru said, you see that flower? If you like it, then you'll go up to it, you'll pick it, you'll smell it, you'll enjoy it, and then you'll discard it. And if you love it, then you'll go up to it, you'll water it, you'll protect it, you'll nourish it so that it can grow and awaken its full color and fragrance. That is love. So then we have to begin to think, do I come in front of God liking God? Or do I come in front of God loving God? Am I expecting from God? Or am I giving? Am I appreciating God? Or am I asking? What is the quality of our relationship? That is what Srila Prabhupada and Krishna here in the Bhagavad Gita are making us think deeply about. Krishna says the height of love is when you can't stop thinking about the person that you are attracted to. Once it's said that all the gopis came together and they were asking each other, what did you dream about Krishna last night? And so they were all saying what they dreamt about Krishna. But Srimati Radharani was quiet. So after everyone had said, they turned to her and they said, why don't you tell us what you dreamt? And she looked at all of them. She put her head down and she said, dream about Krishna. Dream? All night I was thinking about Krishna, I couldn't get to sleep. Yes, to always think about Krishna, to always fix your mind on Krishna. This means that there is love. Some people think it's unrealistic. Come on, be realistic. How can you always think about God? But we have that experience, isn't it? When you're a teenager and you have a crush on someone, then it's so natural to think about that person, even when you are distanced by time and space. Eventually it's said that one's relationship with the divine will become as natural. In fact, our great teacher Rupa Goswami, he prays for that time. In a beautiful prayer he says, Yuvatinam yatha yuni, yunam cha yuvato yatha, manobhi ramate tadvan, manome ramatam tvai. He says, just as the minds of young girls are spontaneously attracted towards young boys, and just as the minds of young boys are attracted to girls, then may my mind be as naturally drawn towards you, Krishna. So, yes.
My name is Dharma. I help out with security. Can everyone move forward, please? We have a lot of devotees
Okay.
in, so everyone can scrunch up, please, and in that area go forward. You come around the side, you can get in. Please forgive the
No problem, no problem. Yes. We're so happy, yes. Thank you. Thank you. We want to transport you back to India. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome. So yes, to remember Krishna always. Sometimes it seems very, very far. Sometimes it seems very utopian. Sometimes we remember Krishna, but most of the time we forget Krishna. And therefore we are thinking, is it really realistic? Will I ever get there? Krishna is very, very kind. And therefore he says in this 9th verse of the 12th chapter, that if you cannot fix your mind on me, if it doesn't come naturally to you to always think about Krishna, if thoughts of his name, his fame, all the wonderful things that he does, if those things are not sticking in your mind, then what should you do? Krishna says, practice the principles of Bhakti Yoga. Practice sadhana. Regulate yourself and make a commitment to Krishna. Because if you make a commitment to Krishna, then gradually what will happen is that your love for Krishna will begin to awaken. Once I was in a class and someone put their hand up and said, Swamiji, do you believe in love marriages or arranged marriages? I said, are you sure you're asking the right person here? And then I looked at him and I said, do all love marriages have love in them? He said, some do, some don't. I said, do all arranged marriages have love in them? He said, some do, some don't. So I said, to be honest, it doesn't matter so much how you come together, but what matters is what you do once you're together. Chemistry may bring you together, but commitment will keep you together. Attraction may grab your mind in that moment, but it's commitment which will really lead to a heartfelt connection. And therefore Krishna is saying, make a commitment. Make a commitment that every single day, do something to develop your relationship with Krishna. From what I've observed in whatever time I've been practicing spiritual life, I can say there are like 5 broad stages, and it's not exactly like one after the other, but 5 levels of commitment that people generally have. The first type of person gives the first day of the week to God. And what that means is they come to the temple on Sunday. And that's very, very good. Because to give the first day of the week to God means yes, then you are getting the blessings of God before you enter the battlefield of the world. But then later on, you're not just giving the first day of the week to God, but what you're doing is you give the first hour of the day to God. Then you know that the Hare Krishnas are getting into your mind. Chanting on a Tuesday? No, that's what you do on a Sunday. No, now I'm not just giving the first day of the week to God. I'm giving the first hour of the day. Because unless I connect with divinity, unless I connect with God first, how will I be able to maintain a spiritual consciousness? So then one is brought closer in their relationship with the divine, more commitment. But then later on what happens is they don't just give the first day of the week to God. They don't just give the first hour of the day to God, but what they give is the first portion of the plate to God. In other words, now it's not just sadhana, not just chanting, but serving Krishna. Just like you serve your children, or you serve your mother and father, or you serve your spouse every single day, you serve Krishna every single day. You do something for him because yes, he's a living person and he wants to have a relationship with you. And out of the best ways to serve people, giving them food is always a winner. And therefore you can begin going deeper in your relationship by giving the first portion of the plate to God. But then later on, when you get even deeper, my dad used to say to me, don't go too deep. Little bit is okay, but don't go too deep. My dad had a saying, he said, 2 things, son, politics and religion. There is no end to this. He said, so don't go deep, you'll never come out. I said, no, don't worry, Dad, I'm very balanced. And then I became like this. He was right, he was onto something. Then later on, yes, not just the first portion of the plate, but the first consideration in your decision making. Ooh. Then you can understand you're coming close to Krishna. Should I go to the US to do this job? First consideration in the decision making. What about Krishna? Should I purchase this house in this place? First consideration in the decision making. How does it affect my relationship with Krishna? So that's very advanced. Who can say that? That when they're making decisions in life, that Krishna is the first consideration. That means that now you have brought Krishna into your life in a deeper way. And then what I tell people is it's not just about the first day of the week to God. It's not just about the first hour of the day. It's not just about the first portion of the plate. And it's not just about the first consideration in decision making, but who gets the first place in your heart. One time, Srila Prabhupada, one of his disciples, she was newly married. So she came in with her husband. So she sat down. Prabhupada said, "Who do you love more, Krishna or your husband?" Her husband was right there. So she was, oh my God, like. and then she started crying. And she looked at Prabhupada and she said, "Prabhupada, I don't love any of them." Yes, she realized, I don't love Krishna, and he is nice, but I don't love him. Yes, but when Krishna is having the first place in our heart, then yes, we are in the right trajectory. So Srila Prabhupada, he came to the world to teach not just cultural tradition, not just tradition, not just that, yes, we've been doing this for generations, so we should continue to do it. Yes, that is nice. That is very good. But Srila Prabhupada came here to teach us that on top of that, if you make a commitment to Krishna, if you do something every day to develop your relationship with Krishna, then what will happen is that you'll experience something much, much greater. Don't just, Srila Prabhupada was teaching us, don't just use religion for the lower benefits. It gives me peace of mind, it gives me social identity, it gives me a place where my family can learn culture. Yes, these are good, but there's also something much better. Imagine I gave you an iPhone 15. And then you started using it as a door stopper. Well, it would work. I can't say I've tried it, but I'm sure it would work. But you would look at me and you say, "Are you crazy? There's something much better you could be doing with the iPhone. Why would you use it just for that?" And that's what people do oftentimes with this spiritual tradition. Is they use it, but only for a very small benefit. There's a much greater benefit. And here, Krishna is so kind. Krishna is not saying like, if you don't think of me all the time, spontaneously, with love, then it's all over for you. No, Krishna says, if you can't do that, then do this. If you can't do this, then do this. If you can't do this, then do this. Krishna is so eager to give us an opportunity. Krishna is so enthusiastic to help us take that step towards a deeper fulfillment and happiness in our life. But then we also need to do our bit. You know, sometimes a car breaks down and then you have to push start it. So there can be so many people pushing behind the car, but the person in the driving seat has to just turn the ignition. It's so easy. So Krishna is like pushing our car from the back, trying, and we just have to turn the ignition and make a commitment. So Madhvacharya, he says, I don't measure someone by what they can do in one day. I measure them by what they do every day. So what are we doing every day to invest in our relationship with Krishna? That is what Krishna is saying is the key. In any relationship, the depth of the relationship is proportionate to the amount of commitment in that relationship. Between mother and child, why is the love so deep? Because the commitment is so deep. Once they did a survey to try and find out how much it would cost to employ a mother. So they looked at all of the jobs the mother does. She's a cook. How much for a chef? She's a driver. How much for a taxi? She's giving advice all the time. How much for a psychologist? She's caring for the children when they get an injury. How much for a nurse? And then they calculated how much would it cost to employ a mother. And you know what the conclusion was? In excess of $120,000 a year. Yes. Because there's no time off. There's no break. Just giving. That commitment means that the relationship then becomes very, very deep. The relationship between husband and wife, yes, arranged marriage or love marriage, whichever it was, but when there's commitment, then there's relationship. Nowadays, people find it hard to make a commitment, and therefore relationships are remaining on a very shallow level. One's relationship with their guru only goes as deep as the commitment they offer to the words of their spiritual teachers. Srila Prabhupada, he said, I took the words of my spiritual teacher as my life and soul. And therefore he said, I was feeling the presence of my spiritual master at all times, places and circumstances, because the spiritual master lives forever in his instructions, and the follower lives with him. And then in our relationship with Krishna, it's so easy for someone to say, I love Krishna. Yes, I love Krishna. But the love for Krishna will be shown by the commitment to Krishna. And therefore, when we're lacking in love, when we're feeling that our mind is not spontaneously drawn towards Krishna, when we're feeling in our heart that we are very, very empty, then we turn to making a commitment and following the principles of Bhakti Yoga. And here in the purport, Srila Prabhupada says, when we do that, then the senses become purified, and then we have more opportunity to actually perceive the sweetness of Krishna. And so today, I'm just opening up this thought for all of us, myself included, to meditate upon, that the depth of my commitment will determine the depth of my relationship. Because it is that commitment which shows Krishna that you really want to have him in your life. And the amazing thing is, Krishna will never force himself upon you. Krishna is not going to kick open the door and say, yes, here I am. No, Krishna is there. He's patiently waiting. But right now the problem is, Krishna bahir mukha hoya bhogavancha kare nikata astamaya tare japati adhare. Krishna bahir mukha. We're looking in another direction. So, as we turn and look back at Krishna and make a commitment, then the potentiality of deepening that connection becomes very much a possibility. And this is the way to develop love. Love, dear friends, is not just a feeling. Love is an action. Love is a commitment. And therefore, let us think deeply. What is my commitment? What is my action? And what is my practical demonstration of my desire to want to have Krishna in my life? That is the real indicator. So thank you very much, Hare Krishna. I'm not going to speak too long. Rather, what I'll do is let me open it up here and see whether any of you may have any questions or comments or anything more that you would like to know about, and then we can have more of a discussion. Is that okay? Does anyone have a question they would like to ask? Yes, here at the back. Do we have a roaming mic?
I'll speak loud. I have a comment.
Yes. Oh, we need to hear you online in the cyber world.
Hare Krishna.
Like so? So I have a comment. I enjoyed your class very well. I wish you would stay on here permanently. Okay? I'm partially crippled, but I heard you were coming over, and I figured I'm going to crawl, but I'm coming over.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making the journey.
I enjoyed your
Appreciate
class, and I would try to get in touch with you again. Hare
Okay,
Krishna.
yeah, sure. Thank you so much. It'll be an honor. Thank you so much for your kind words. Yes, anyone? Okay, so we have some Mataji.
Hare Krishna Raj, thank you. What if you feel like you're doing everything that is humanly possible within the 24-hour period, like you couldn't squeeze in another thing, but then you're still not feeling like it's enough. You feel like you're just giving everything, but you still go to bed thinking, I wish I could have done more. You're feeling like not satisfied with your offering.
Yes. Of course, the devotee never thinks it's enough. It's like as you go towards a mountain, then as you're going towards a mountain, from far it looks big, but as you start going closer to the mountain, its enormity dawns upon you. And at the same time, you begin to think you're smaller and smaller. And so in our relationship with Krishna, it's like this. When we actually are getting closer and closer to Krishna and realizing the greatness, the wonder, the beauty of Krishna, as that appreciation is growing in our heart and mind, then naturally we feel ourselves to be smaller and smaller, and we feel our offerings to be more and more inadequate. And therefore in the Chaitanya Charitamrita it said, Premera svabhava yaha premera sambandh se mane Krishna mora nahi prema gandh. The very svabhav, the very nature of someone who has prema is that se mane, in their mind, Krishna mora nahi prema gandh. I feel I don't have one drop of love for Krishna. What am I doing for Krishna? So of course the devotee will always feel that sense of inadequacy. Yet we can also say that sometimes that inadequacy is because maybe we are also holding some things back. There are different ways to increase the intensity of your spiritual life. One way is to increase the quantity of your service. But then some days we look at Krishna and we say, like, Krishna, what do you want me to do? I don't have any more time in the day. I want to do more for you, but I don't have more time. Then when you can't increase the quantity, then you can try to increase the quality. One year I was coming to Kartik, and in Kartik everyone makes a vow to chant, for example, extra rounds. And I looked at Krishna, I said, Krishna, you look at my diary, no time. And then Krishna inspired me and said, no time, it's okay. Why don't this Kartik you decide to sit down in one place and chant all your 16 rounds in one go without moving 1 inch? So I thought, all right, yeah, give it a go. And I tell you, it was amazing. And I saved time. And that was a beautiful thing, because we could just sit down and say, Krishna, I'll do it in a more quality way. I'll be fully present. And that was a nice way to increase the intensity. So then you can increase the intensity through quality. If you can't increase the intensity through quality, you can increase your intensity through difficulty. Maybe, yes, you can take on something difficult for Krishna. Something that nobody else wants to do. Something that requires you to come out of your comfort zone. And in that way, you again increase the intensity. And sometimes, if you can't do that, then you can increase your intensity by increasing your responsibility to help others. help others in their spiritual life. Maybe I shouldn't just always be thinking about my spiritual life, but what can I do to help others? And in that, maybe I'll draw more. So like this, whether through quantity, quality, difficulty, responsibility, we can try and increase our intensity. Oh my God, this is becoming a poem. Find an intensity that suits your personality so that you can maintain a consistency which awakens your purity.
Sadhu, sadhu.
Like that. So each of us will find our intensity according to our personality. Some people can be intense in a certain way, and for other people it's more natural to be intense in another way. So Krishna, He knows you're a person, so just try to find something that you can really give your heart and mind to. But of course, you know this, but you're asking for our purification. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raj. You're very kind.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So you had mentioned that your connection, you had mentioned that the connection with your spiritual master depends on your connection with the instruction he gives you. So how do we maintain that connection when it's much harder to have like a physical relationship with your spiritual master and you aren't able to understand like if you're doing the service properly or not? How are we able to understand that we're progressing?
The spiritual master will keep appearing to you again and again and again. The spiritual master will come through different individuals to continue guiding the disciple, even if they remove themselves from this particular phase of life. And in that way, the spiritual master is always present in different forms. And therefore, I felt this in my life also, that my spiritual master gave me many instructions, but then he didn't really train me on how to do them or fulfill them. But then by his grace, many other Vaishnavas came in my life to help me in particular things and then I saw them as representatives of my spiritual master. So let us realize that the spiritual master is always present. And we can have a meeting with him in a different way. It's interesting, the Sanskrit word viraha means separation. But the interesting thing is that viraha has a double meaning. Vishesha rahasya unmilam. Viraha means separation, but it also means Vishesha, Rahasya Unmilam, a very, very special type of meeting. And therefore in the separation from someone, if we actually become more intense in our desire to connect with that personality because of the separation, in that desire, we will experience a special type of confidential meeting. Because the spiritual master is always present, but it requires the disciple to upgrade their vision in order to detect that presence. Is that okay?
Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I've been hearing Krishna consciousness for 5 months now, and one of the questions that older or senior devotees always ask me is, what's your favorite service? And it's really hard for me to come with an answer, because at the same time I read and other devotees tell me service is an attitude, and love, devotion. So it's kind of hard for me to come up with an answer. I have like propensities, or I'm inclined to one service or more than other, but I feel like more devotion is where I do this other service that I don't want to do. And yeah, that's like a question, like how to find my favorite service, and also what's your favorite service?
When a devotee asks you, what is your favorite service? Be careful, Baba. You might find yourself. In a nice way, I tell you what I tried to do. I tried to have 3 types of services in my life. One type of service is the service that I like, that you naturally, when you do it, time just flies. But then I also try to do a service that is the required, the need of the day. And then I also try to do some services in my life which force me to grow. If we only do the services we like, then we miss out on something. Because when you do the services which are required, then that deepens your service attitude because it's more selfless. Isn't it? You're doing it because it's required. And when you do something which is hard, which forces you to grow, then in that service you feel the dependence, the connection with Krishna. You have to depend and cry out to Krishna. So I would say try to do a bit of all of those services. And finding your favorite service. Prabhupada says in the Bhagavad Gita, in the beginning, when a boy and girl are together, it may be important what they do. Should we go to the cinema? Shall we go to the park? Or shall we go on holiday here or there? But Prabhupada says in the mature stage of the relationship, it doesn't really matter what they're doing. What's the main thing? That they're together. And therefore, in the mature stage of Krishna consciousness, it's just like service is service, something wonderful to do for Krishna. But then sometimes we may see that if I do this service, then I can do it better for Krishna. I can do it in a nicer way and give more pleasure to Krishna, and therefore we want to do that service. So, yes. With time, I'm sure you will find, and maybe your favorite service will change over time. And like this, it's a movement of service. Service is very wonderful. My spiritual master, he said something which really resonated with me. He said, I don't know how much love I have for Krishna, but I love to do devotional service. And I thought, that's very nice. Maybe if we can fall in love with doing devotional service for Krishna, then maybe from that service, that commitment, then some love for Krishna will come. So yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So Maharaj, sometimes, we make commitments, we make vows, but sometimes we're not able to keep our commitment. At those moments, Krishna might think that, oh, this person's not serious. So what can we do to again recommit?
So sometimes we make a vow, we fall short, we fall prey to temptation, we have an ideal, and then the reality of where we are is much shorter. In a beautiful verse in the Bhagavatam, 11th canto, Krishna himself gives the answer. Jata shraddhamat katashu nirvina sarva karmashu veda dukhatmakan kaman parityagepyanishvara tato bhaje tamam prita shraddhalur dridhanishchaya jusamanas kaman dukodar kamscha garhayan. See if it applies to you. In the first line, Krishna says, there are devotees, Jata Shraddha Mat Katashu, who have awakened faith in the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. Put your hand up if you've awakened some faith in the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. Okay, everyone. Then he says, Nirvina sarva karmashu. But even though they know the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, they still can't give up their material desires. Put your hand up if that's you. So then what does Krishna say? Tato bhaje tamam prita shraddhalur drita nishchaya. They should continue on with great faith, lamenting that they're not able to live up to that standard, that ideal, but at the same time being very hopeful that this process of Krishna consciousness will eventually purify them. So we struggle with vows, we fall short. Sometimes we say we'll do it, but we just don't. And then what will we do? Ultimately, we just have to pick ourselves up, dust ourselves down, and keep walking the path. But we must learn from our mistakes. We must try to understand, how can I do better next time? Krishna doesn't expect you to be the perfect devotee, but Krishna is expecting us to be sincere. I always give the example that when one plane flies from one airport to another, there's a flight path. But the reality is that the plane is only ever on the flight path for 20 or 30% of the journey. Most of the time it's off because of wind and other things. Yet at the end of the journey, it always arrives at its destination. Why? Because the pilot is always trying to get back to the flight path. Yato yato nischalati manaschanchalamasviram tatastato niyam yeta. Always bring oneself back. Keep coming back. You will wander, but come back. And in that endeavor, it will work. So if some days we fall short, if some days we slip up, if some days we experience some struggle, don't worry. Just keep walking. And Krishna is very kind. Is that okay?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So, you mentioned 5 phases of process, right? Phase 1 is like, first day of the week, first hour of the day, and first portion of that thing, and
Plate,
consideration. Yeah. 5th one is what, Prabhu? Maharaj?
5th one? Oh my God, you forgot the most important one. First place in your heart.
First place in my. So, the phase 1 to phase 5, what is the best advice to practice more? With examples. So first day of commitment to first
How
day
do you
of the
get
week.
from one stage to the other stage?
Yes. I mean, starting from first stage to fifth stage. Like I'm a neophyte devotee. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I am initiated something different, is that like conditional force and towards to some love or something. I mean, suppose
So
if I
yes.
am new to the ISKCON process, so if I wanted to follow the phase 1 to phase 5, so what is the best way to practice more and improve the commitment?
Yes, so our great teacher Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he explains, Ado Shraddha Tatha Sadhu Sango Tha Bhajana Kriya, that there are 9 stages that one goes through from their initial faith to then pure love for Krishna. So basically we're following these stages, and as we follow these stages, then those 5 things will naturally happen. The first thing is you have faith, Ado Shraddha. Without faith you can't begin anything. And then he says Sadhu Sangha. So if you want to advance more, then have more association with spiritual people. But when you come to the Hare Krishna temple, try to actually speak to someone else about spiritual things. I was coming to the temple for many, many years, and I never spoke to a devotee of Krishna. It's amazing. For so many years I came to a temple, but I never actually spoke to a devotee of Krishna. But when I did, then it started energizing my spiritual journey forward. So have association with spiritually minded people, and then Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says bhajana kriya. Then take up some kind of spiritual practice every single day to do something. And then gradually anartha nivritti, then the purification will begin. And then all these things will naturally come. So there's no magic formula, there's no secret, there's no hidden kind of thing that someone's not telling us. It's very clear. We just have to take it up, the process, and be inspired and enthusiastic. Is that okay? Sure. Okay, yes.
Hare Krishna
Anyone
Maharaj.
else? Oh.
I wanted to ask, how can we recognize what Krishna's mercy is coming in our life? And how can we understand our ability to receive that mercy when we're getting it, and just knowing where it is and how it's coming?
So how do we identify Krishna's mercy in our life? Of course, Krishna says everything is going on under my control, and simultaneously Krishna says, I am your best friend. So if you have a friend who's in control of everything, that's a pretty good, that's good news. Because that then means that everything that's happening to you under the jurisdiction of that friend who's in control of everything is naturally for your well-being. So what is the mercy of Krishna? Everything is the mercy of Krishna. But that mercy comes in different flavors. That mercy comes in different experiences. Sometimes that mercy comes in ways which we can't appreciate. Looking back at his life, one Christian monk said, God, I prayed to you for love, and you kept sending me people who needed help. God, I prayed to you for wisdom, and you kept sending me problems to solve. God, I prayed to you for strength, and you kept sending obstacles in my life. And then the person said, God, you gave me everything I needed, but nothing that I wanted. And maybe that's the situation in our life, that we can't see the power of this mercy, how this is going to change everything. So what do we do when we can't see that mercy, we can't perceive the compassion of Krishna in this occurrence in my life? That's when we try to see the world through the scripture. That's when we try to see the world through the eyes of the devotees. That's when we try to see the world by turning to Krishna and asking Krishna, Krishna, you please tell me, what am I supposed to learn from here? So through prayer, through sangha, through svadhyaya study, one can begin decoding how Krishna is acting in their life. And even after we've done all of that, maybe it still won't be clear. Because even Bhishma Dev looked at the Pandavas and said, Na hyasya karhichit papan puman veda viditsitam. Bhishma looked at the Pandavas and he said, no one can understand the plan of Krishna. You can never figure it out completely. Because Krishna is like an expert chess player. He's 100 moves ahead. And he's moving the pieces and you think, what is he doing? But already in his mind, he knows what's coming. So it's a master plan. Krishna is crafting a master plan. So we have to have that vishwas, that faith. Hope that helps. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. A little closer.
Oh yes.
Can you hear me? All right. I became a worshiper of Krishna, I'd say around 2 months ago. Before that, I was completely atheist. This is very foreign to me. And I have definitely seen benefits in my life from doing this. But my question is, rather than being consistently in the act of worshiping Krishna, how do I be consistently devoted, and how do I consistently show love for what I'm doing, rather than doing it as in eating breakfast in the morning just because I need to do it? Rather, how do I love this? How do I love eating this breakfast every morning?
Wow. Okay, so what you're saying is you're worshipping Krishna, and how do you simultaneously do all the other things you're doing in life with love?
Including worshiping Krishna. How do I do that with love? I do have love, but it could be quite inconsistent because, as you said, personality comes with your journey. I'd say my personality does make me inconsistent in that aspect. So how do I keep consistency, not in just other things, but in worshiping Krishna itself?
I get it, yeah. Thank you, such a nice question. I think the most important thing first is do whatever you're doing consciously. Be present, be there, be mindful. What happens in our life so much is that our life is completely out of sync. Have you ever watched one of those movies where the picture and the sound is off? Isn't it annoying? I mean, how long can you watch a movie like that? Because it's just... But our life is like that. We're here, but our mind is in the past or in the future, or, so we're not present. And therefore, what we try to do in spiritual life is first become present, become conscious. When you're eating, eat. When you're chanting, chant. When you're doing your study, do your study. And when you bring your attention to something, then that's the first key to making it spiritual. Because when you're able to be present in something, then the next step on the journey is understanding how that activity is also connected to the divine. When you're studying at school, that's not separated from the divine, because that ultimately is a service that will be rendered towards the divine in the future. When you're eating your breakfast, that's also not something which is separated from the divine. You will realize we don't just call it breakfast, we call it prasadam. Prasad means mercy. This food in front of me is an exhibition of God's compassion towards me. It's like a living, hopefully it's not living like tangible, should I say. Tangible, this is God's mercy in a tangible form. And you know what? It tastes good. But it's God's mercy. So then we become present, you see. So then our life because most people here, they're not really living most people are living in the past or the future. So spiritual life means to become completely present. Krishna says this in Bhagavad Gita. Brahma bhuta prashanatma na sochati na kankshati. They don't lament for the past, hanker for the future. Completely in the present, equanimity of mind. I don't know, does this help? It's a little bit. Thank you, yeah.
Hare Krishna, we're going to do one final question. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, of course. No, I thought he was signifying arti. No, or you were saying wrap it up. Wrap it up.
One final question.
Yeah, wrap it up.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's all give a big Hari Bol to Maharaj. Hari Bol! Hari Bol! I think it's safe to say the whole room feels the same way. We don't want class to end, and yet we do need to move forward. But I just want to say that I have a heart filled with gratitude right now for Srila Prabhupada for giving us this process that we have. Maharaj is a grand disciple of Srila Prabhupada, a disciple of Kadambakananda Maharaj. And just seeing everybody together and getting to hear from Maharaj and having our whole community uplifted by this, I'm grateful for each and every one of you for being here and grateful to Maharaj for being here. Sincerely hope and pray that you will come as often and as long as you would like, anytime.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So we're behind schedule, but I have a few quick announcements to make. So if you would like to continue to hear more from Maharaj, there are 2 books that are coming out. And where's Jishnu at? Jishnu, please stand up. So you can see Jishnu if you would like to order these 2 books from Maharaj. Maharaj will be singing the evening bhajans today at 8 p.m. and also giving the morning class tomorrow at 7:45. So you're all welcome to come back tomorrow morning if you would like to hear more from Maharaj. The remaining program is we'll have kirtan now. The feast will be served out at 7 o'clock. We'll have the sit-down bhajans will begin at 7:30, but at 8 o'clock Maharaj will sing. The Sunday feast was sponsored by Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu for the Vyas Puja celebration for Chandramuli Swami. Chandramuli Maharaj Ki Jai. And Ras Gopal Prabhu in loving memory of his late father, Dr. S. Tej Kumar, as well as an anonymous donor. So we'll do the applause at the very end, just in the interest of time. Today's feast is prepared by Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu and his Bhakti Riksha group. The cut-up team is Neelachal Chandra Prabhu, Radha Krishna Prabhu, and a few community members. We're very grateful to each and every one of you. For the serve-out team, we have every Sunday Mathura Priya Prabhu, Aprameya Krishna Prabhu, Nagarjun Prabhu, and the wonderful community members that help to serve out every Sunday. And last but not least, we want to thank our elite cleanup team, Daljini Tai Prabhu, Abhiram Pran, Gaur Prabhu, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Vajendra Sutta Prabhu, and Tulsi Sharan Prabhu. They clean up the whole cooking and serving areas, and then Paramani Tai Prabhu and the other volunteers that clean up the Prashadam hall. Let's give them a big round of applause. Hari Bol. And lastly, I would just like to recognize any newcomers in the audience. If you could please raise your hand. If you're here at our temple for the first time, if you could please raise your hand. This may be a first. Everybody, oh, in the back. Thank you so much for coming. I just would like to say, please accept a complimentary gift of the Bhagavad Gita on our behalf and come see us after these announcements. Thank you so much. Let's do a big Haribol. We can all stand up now for Kirtan. Haribol!
Ki bajaya jaya Gaura Chande Arati ka shobha Ki bajaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati ka shobha Janavi tatavane Jagamanalobha Oh Janavi tatavane Jagamanalobha गौराङ्गेरारोधिक शोभा जगजन मना लोभा गौराङ्गेरारोधिक शोभा जगजन मना लोभा Ibadakine nidhai chan bame ghadadara. Very good. Dakine nidhai chan bame ghadadara. Nikate Advaita Srini Vasachhatradhara Nikate Advaita Srini Vasachhatradhara Ki babosi Yache Gaura Chand Ratna Simhasane Yache Ratna Simhasane Ibabosi Yache Gaura Chand Ratna Simhasane Yache Gaura Chand Ratna Simhasane Arati kore na Brahma Adi Devagane Arati kore na Brahma Adi Devagane Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulaya Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamara Dhulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Goshadhigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Goshadhigaya Iba Sangha Bhaje गंध भजे भजे करताला भजे 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 करताला शिव शंका भजे गंध भजे भजे करताला गंध भजे भजे करता माधुरा मृदंगा भजे परम रसाला माधुरा मृदंगा भजे परम रसाला संगा भजे गंधा भजे मधुर 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 भजे 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 माधुर 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 भजे माधुर 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 बाजे माधुर माधुर मधुर बाजे जय गौरानिताय 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 जय गौरानिताय जय गौरानिताय 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 जय गौरानिताय निताय गौरा हरिबो 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 निताय गौरा हरिबो निताय गौरा हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौरा हरि बोल बहु कोटि चंद्रजिनी वदना उज्ज्वला चंद्रजिनी की बहु कोटि चंद्रजिनी वदना उज्ज्वला गाला देशे बनमाला करे जलमाला देशे बनमाला कोरे जलमाला शिवा सुख नारदा प्रेमे गदगाधा शिवा सुख नारदा प्रेमे गदगाधा Bhakti vinodha deke Gaurara sampadha Bhakti vinodha deke Gaurara sampadha Ki bajaya jaya Gaura Chandir Arati ka shobha Arati ka shobha Janavita zavane Jagamana lobha Gaurangera roti ka shobha Jagajana mana 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 lobha 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 Gaurangera roti ka shobha Jagajana mana lobha Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribol 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Taigo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadhi Vashyadya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hari. Bolo Nitai Gauranga Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. 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 Nitai Gaura Premanande, Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki.
Bhakti Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Astotar Sata Shishimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Prabhupada ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki Rajabhumi Vrindavan Dham ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham ki Jagannath Puri Dham ki Ganga Maya Munamaya ki Jai Tosi Devi ki Jai Bhakti Devi ki Jai Samabeda Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premananda. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Namaste Narashimhaya. Namaste Narashimhaya. Prahlad Daine. Prahlad Daine. Hiranyakashipurvashaha. Hiranyakashipurvashaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimha. Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha. Bahe Narsimha Hridaye Narsimha. Narashingamadin Sharanam Prapati Nara Om Narashingamadin Sharanam Prapati Tavakara Kamalavarena Kamadita Shringam Dalita Hiranya Kashipu Tanubhingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jai Jagadisha Hari Jai Jagadisha Hari Tavakara Kamalavarena Kamadita Shira Ulita Hiranya Kashipu Tanubhingam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hari Jai Jagadisha Hari Jai Jagadisha Hari Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Narsinghadev, 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 Jaya Narsinghadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Oh, Nitai Gora Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gora Hari Bol. Darshan Bhagwan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Gaur Pramanandi.
You want me to like lead? Leader, man.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityanamane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaudavani Pacharine Nivishesa Shunyavadi Pasya Desitarne Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gauda Bhaktivinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Tu Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. 6. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hey Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hey, Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Everybody, Haribo. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Srila Prabhupada ki.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Free Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama Ram, Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Jaya Radhe Shyam. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan. Sham Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan. Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Kalindi Yamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavan. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Shri Govinda Gopinath Madana Mohan. Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Madan Mohan, Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Radhe. Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Radha Shyama Sundar, Radha Shyama Sundar, Radha Shyama Sundar, Shri Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Shri Radhe. Radhe Banke Bihari, Radha Banke Bihari, Radha Banke Bihari, Shri Radhe. Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Radha Madhava, Shri Radhe. Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Shri Radhe. Jai Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Radha Kala Chanji, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Gaura Haribol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare